YouTube this evening. So I'd like to call the meeting to order. All of our trustees are in attendance in person. Do we know if Trustee D'Souza is joining us this evening? Is anybody? That he's apparently going to join us virtually? Haven't heard? Okay.
Through the chair, not that we're aware of.
Okay, so when he joins, I'll let the audience know that he's joined. Thank you so much. Yes.
On the agenda, as you're calling meeting to order in the agenda, are we not moving to the new process for the list of items, or are we waiting on the formal? Can you advise?
So the
please?
policy is coming tonight
Okay.
for approval.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, the next item on our agenda is our land acknowledgement, and I'd like to call on student trustee Dia Sicoli to read our land acknowledgement. And I'd like to also thank Superintendent Max Veccarino for writing our land acknowledgement for this evening.
The land is beautiful, powerful, and silent. A witness to the beauty of creation, the land itself, the sky, the water, the plants, the animals, and us, the people. The land is also a calling to be mindful that we live together, and that we do so with care and respect for all, interconnected and interdependent. We are stewards of resource, including our personal resources, and build on them to enrich our lives and those of others. In its silence, the land is also a quiet reminder of past glories and injustices. We do not ignore them either. We celebrate the glories and we reflect on the injustices so as to learn from them and not to repeat them. Our land acknowledgement today is a call to action, to move away from doing harm and working together as a worldwide community on Turtle Island. We are encouraged to make a personal commitment on this day, in this moment, for today and always. As always, we thank the Mijisaagik of the Credit, our treaty partners who have been stewards of this land for generations. Together, we commit to the beauty and peace to fight injustice and actively, passionately, resolutely create a future with hope.
Thank you very much. I would also like to thank Martina Ortiz-Luis, Hibway Thomas, and Soul Power Productions for sharing their wonderful talents with us. Please rise for the playing and singing of our national anthem.
Oh, Canada.
Let us remember the students, staff, and trustees, and family members of staff and trustees who have recently passed away, and keep them in our thoughts and prayers. Eternal rest grant unto them, O Lord, and let the perpetual light shine upon them. May they rest in peace. I'd like to call upon student trustee Leroy Ohuna to lead us in prayer.
In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Almighty God, our Father in heaven, from whom all goodness and truth on earth have come forth, grant to us, Catholic community gathered at this meeting, the vision to recognize and the vigor to espouse sound principles of educational theory and practice in a spirit of balanced study and the proper perspective. Give us all the courage to turn always onto the path of higher goodness in our deliberations, administrative decisions, and courses of action. Amen. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is the approval of the agenda. And we have a few items to add to the agenda this evening, pending approval by the Board of Trustees. I would like to list those items, and then I'll be asking for a motion to add these items to our agenda. Number 1 is E2, Chair's Year-End Report. Number 2 is H4, New Policy, Opening Exercises in Schools at Formal Meetings. Number 3 is H5, New Policy, Safety of Pupils, School Closure. And number 4 is M5B. And also, we are also this evening, H3, Response to OXTA 2023-24 Educational Funding has been distributed to the meeting this evening. Are there any questions or discussions? Yes.
Madam Chair, it's my intent to offer it notice of motion. Thank
So
you.
when we come to that
When
on
we
the
get to that
agenda?
point, just
Perfect.
recognizing it's determined already.
That's perfect. Thank you. Could I have a motion to add the items that I listed to the agenda? Moved by trustee Thomas, seconded by trustee Bria Corbett. Anyone opposed? Carried. So now could I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended, including the approval of the calendar items? Trustee Bruno Ianica, and trustee, seconded by trustee Stefano Pescucci. Anyone opposed? Carried. Thank you. I have a declaration of interest this evening for this agenda. My interests would be in H1, M1A, item 9. I have family members who are members of OECTA. Is there anyone with a declared interest? Trustee Mario Pescucci?
I have a declared interest item in H1 and M1A, number 9. Thank you, Madam Chair, in terms of parts of the agenda. I have a member who is a family, I have family members, member of OECTA.
Thank you. Trustee Bruno Ianica?
Same items, Madam Chair, have members of 2026 and OECTA.
Thank you. Trustee Stefano Pescucci?
Madam Chair, thank you. Same items. I have a family member who's part of OECTA.
Thank you. Trustee Frank DeCosta?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a spouse who is a member of CUPE from another school board.
Thank you so much. Could I have a motion to move the declared interest items to L? Moved by, I'm sorry. Oh, and move to M. Okay, start over, Sharon. All right, could I have a motion to move the declared interest items to L and M9? Trustee Anna De Silva is moving this, seconded by trustee Sean Xavier. Anyone opposed? Carried. Thank you. Madam Director,
Through the chair, and good evening. We're now moving to section B, which is the pastor's remarks. And this evening, Monsignor Shields.
Madam Director, I think we've missed approval of the minutes of the regular board meeting September 27.
Oh, through the chair, I apologize.
That's okay. Could I have a motion for this? Trustee Thomas, seconded by Trustee Bruno Ionica. Anyone opposed? Carried. Madam Director.
Through the chair, we're now moving to section B, which is pastor's remarks. And this evening, Monsignor Shields, the theme for his remarks this evening is Thankful Hearts, which is actually quite appropriate to the fact that we've just finished Thanksgiving and we had so much to be grateful for at that time, that we've had our municipal elections last evening. And I would like to express my sincere gratitude on behalf of senior staff to all trustees, all of the incumbents that were returned to this board, but also to express our sincere gratitude to the 3 trustees who will be retiring. Trustee Frank DeCossola, Trustee Anna De Silva, and Trustee and Chair of the Board, Sharon Hoban. I can say that I confidently speak on behalf of all of senior staff that we feel so very privileged to have worked to serve you during your 4-year term. We believe that collectively you have accomplished a great deal on behalf of the communities and the children of the Dufferin-Peel Catholic District School Board. It's a board that is very strong in representing the needs of your own communities and constituents, but you all come together around those things that are incredibly important and everything that is held near and dear to the mission and vision of the Dufferin-Peel Catholic District School Board. And for that, as the director of this board, I feel so incredibly grateful and privileged to have worked with all of you, and pleased that those that ran, our incumbents, are all returning. I know we're going to be welcoming some new trustees to the board table, and I look forward to working with them and supporting their work. We will miss dearly those trustees who are leaving us and retiring us, but know that you've left an indelible mark on this board and certainly on all of us that have had the privilege of working with you. And I wish you all the best in your future endeavors, and please don't be a stranger. In a good way, though. So, without further ado, I ask for receipt of the pastor's remarks.
Could I have a motion to receive the pastor's remarks? Trustee Luz de Rosario, seconded by Trustee Sean Xavier. Is anyone opposed? Carried.
As we gather this evening concerned about the health and welfare of our students and staff in our Catholic schools, may we be thankful for the good work of all our trustees who guide us in this changing season. So let us begin with prayer. Lord, we praise you when the harvest is plenty. We thank you for the abundance and overflow of goodness and blessings you give us. How humbled we are at your favor in our lives. As we find ourselves in a season of richness, may you cause our hearts to remember our task before us. As your word instructs us, guide us to be helpers to those in need, givers to those who have less, and generous with our time, talents, and resources. We want to be obedient and faithful to your giving to others, the overflow of what we have, our time and collective talents, so that you would bless the work of our hands. We ask to be willing givers and to be representatives of your love in all that we are called to be as trustees and guardians of faith in our Catholic schools. We ask the strength to fulfill our mission with your help in our lives through Christ our Lord. Amen. From the words of Holy Scripture, we listen repeatedly to the theme of thanks, which I now share with you. Let the peace of Jesus rule in your hearts, since as members of one body you were called to peace, and be thankful. From Colossians 3:15. And from 2 Corinthians, we hear the words, you will be enriched in every way so that you can be generous on every occasion. And through us, your generosity will result in thanksgiving to God. And from the Philippians chapter 4, do not be anxious about anything, but in every situation, by prayer and petition, with thanksgiving, present your requests to God. And the peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus. Again, my friends, we rely on the wisdom of God to inspire our hearts in opening our lives in thanks to God for gifts and talents given to each one of us here this evening. In closing, let us remember, we reach God because other people come into our lives who are truly living the Spirit. They are the real givers of life. They help us to love ourselves in a truly accepting and realistic fashion. And it is here that the stage is set for the Spirit to come and fill us with His life and peace. This evening, let us remember to envision His love deeply, accept His love willingly, seek His love continually, trust His love implicitly, embrace His love wholeheartedly, return His love generously. Amen.
As ever, such wonderful words from Monsignor Shields. We're very, very blessed to always have him come to our board meetings and share these wonderful words with us. So, Director Mazzarato, would you please thank Monsignor on our behalf? Thank you very much.
Through the chair, we now move to section C, which is the awards and presentations, and we were pleased that this evening we have Michael Penefel, who is going to present a Share Life check to the board.
And I believe we're going to call on Superintendent Savannah Goss first to come and introduce Michael.
All right. So, good evening. And through the chair, it gives me great pleasure this evening to welcome Mr. Michael Penfield, Coordinator of Share Life School and Employee Campaign. Tonight, Mr. Penfield will speak to you about the successes of our Share Life campaign for the 2021-2022 school year and the new Share Life campaign for the new school year of 22-23. Once again this year, we're running the employee campaign, and this campaign continues to support our Share Life individually and collectively through community events. We're also going to be running our Share Life fundraising activities in all of our schools throughout the school year. And lastly, of course, we will support and encourage our poster contests where all of our elementary schools and our students are encouraged to be part of that. And now, without further ado, I would like to invite Michael Penfield, our Share Life liaison, to the microphone.
Welcome back, Michael.
Thank you so much, It's always a pleasure to come here to Dufferin Peel. So again, good evening, and thank you so much for having me tonight. Thank you so much to the trustees, to the administrators, to staff, teachers, parents, students of Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board. Thank you so much for your tremendous care for those who are less fortunate in our community and for reaching out and helping those in need. Thank you for the important role that you all play in Catholic education, and thank you for your amazing support of Share Life. You have helped so many people in our community, including people who have been silently suffering in Dufferin Peel, people who have been silently suffering around the Archdiocese, people who have been suffering around the world. And thanks to you, you have given them the support and the lifeline that they desperately need. So one person that you were able to help was a person by the name of Aiden. He was living on the streets. He was moving in and out of shelters, and he had nowhere to go. And one day he fell into a coma and was admitted to a hospital. So after recovery and being released, Aiden made the choice to go directly to Covenant House for help. And as many of you know, Covenant House, that is the largest agency of its kind in Canada, and Share Life is the #1 supporter. And Covenant House has served thousands of youth like Aiden who have experienced homelessness and unfortunately human trafficking as well. So all the people that come through Covenant House have gone through significant hardships and may not have the coping skills in order to deal with daily life. Some of them are just simply looking for essentials. Maybe it's a warm bed, food, clothing, and others come looking for some long-term help as well. So thanks to you, Aiden was provided unconditional care by the people of Covenant House, and Aiden was provided counseling to help with his mental health and was given the skills to live on his own. Fast forward a bit, and Aiden now, he has an apartment and continues to still get support from Covenant House. So thank you for helping Aiden and the many others just like him to get a second chance. So through Share Life, you are all helping thousands of people, struggling families, young moms and their babies, people who are facing mental health illnesses, young people, isolated seniors, people with special needs, newcomers to Canada, the homeless, the hungry. You're helping people right here in our local community and right across the Archdiocese as well. I shared this story a month ago, and it's a story about another person that you helped, and his name was Saif. Saif was from Sudan and in a region that was where there was a lot of conflict. One day, Saif was searching for his missing brothers and then was captured by some militants. He was detained for 3 weeks, tortured, and then released. And then when released, he was threatened never to return. And at that time, he was only 13 years old. Years later, Saif was captured again. And with the help of a friend, he was able to escape to Malaysia. When there in Malaysia, had plans to head to Australia, but then was deported back to Sudan. And that's when he really needed some serious help. So the Office for Refugees, Archdiocese of Toronto, or as we call them, ORAT, they were able to help people like Saif, thousands of refugees like Saif, find a new home in Canada. The work has saved countless lives, lives that have been victims of war, violence, and persecution. And thanks to you, ORAT was able to help Saif, along with one of our parishes in the Archdiocese. So the two of them together were able to sponsor Saif and get him over here, as well as his family over to Canada. And once here, the parish actually came in and helped him out with his studies as well, finding work, and also helped him get medical treatment as well. So Saif, he shared with us, I am in a place where I am not a refugee, I am not separated from society, and I look forward to the things I can accomplish. So thank you. So last year, the schools of Dufferin Peel Catholic were able to raise over $158,000 in support of Share Life. In addition, every school in your board was able to participate in Share Life Schools campaign, so that's 100% of all your schools, and we are deeply thankful for the part that you all played to make this happen. On top of that, Share Life's employee campaign was able to raise over $36,000, or just under $36,000, and that means the Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board raised just over $194,000 in support of Share Life to help those in need. So So your kindness for our neighbor in need is truly remarkable, and we are grateful for your efforts. Special thanks to Director of Education, Marianne Mazarato, Superintendent Sylvana Goss for their support of Share Life and for their work to make this all happen. Thank you to the trustees and all the staff here for their leadership and for embracing Share Life's mission of living the gospel. Thank you for your kindness and for demonstrating and living out our Catholic faith, our Catholic values, and supporting our Catholic charities. Cardinal Collins, when he speaks about Share Life, he always says that it's where the rubber hits the road. So thank you for putting your faith in action and living out the gospel here at the Dufferin-Peel Catholic District School Board. So on behalf of Cardinal Collins, Bishop Camilleri, all our bishops, all our clergy, and the thousands of people you have helped, thank you to the Dufferin-Peel Catholic District School Board for your commitment to Catholic education and for caring for our neighbor in need. Thank you. And I have here just a check just demonstrating the amount that Share Life, or that Dufferin-Peel Catholic was able to show their support of Share Life and those in need in our community. So thank you.
Here. Good thing I'm leaving. It's so lovely to have you here this evening, and I'm sure we're going to want to have a group shot with this wonderful picture. But before that, I'd like to ask for a motion to receive your wonderful presentation. Trustee Sean Xavier and Trustee Anna De Silva. Anyone opposed? Carried. And I'd ask my colleagues to join us for a picture. And Director?
Through the chair, we have no delegations this evening. We're moving to Section E, which is the updates and information reports from trustees for receipt. Regular report 1A is Ontario Catholic School Trustees Association report.
Thank you.
Through the chair, 1B is the student voice report.
Good evening, trustees, staff, and public attendees. My name is Leroy Noha. I'm the student trustee for the...
Leroy, can you speak up just a bit?
Good evening, trustees, staff, and public attendees. My name is Leroy Noha, the student trustee for the North of Dufferin-Peel Catholic District School Board.
And my name is Dea Sokoli, the student trustee for the South Region.
We're grateful to be here before you all today representing the vast and diverse student population of Dufferin-Peel Catholic School Board. This evening, we would like to present to you our Student Voice Report for the month of October. The Student Senate met on October 17th for its monthly meeting. In this meeting, we continued preparations for our November Student Voice Conference. Senators worked on a special liturgy, which will be read at the beginning of our conference. This liturgy was created with the assistance of Julie Webster, the consultant for faith formation and religious education. The Student Voice Conference will be held on November 24th, and we invite all trustees to attend and experience the wonderful presentations and our keynote speaker, Sam Demo. Senators on October 17th also split up into their working groups to finalize their objectives and goals for this school year. We would like to quickly go over some reports and comments made via our Student Senate. Over the months of October, schools have been implementing many great initiatives, including Terry Fox events, food drives, and implemented programs to help students out with academic success, as well as university applications. In respect to student concerns, we have heard immense amounts of feedback regarding the reintroduction of exams. Students are quite worried as they feel unprepared to effectively write an exam worth a large portion of their marks and under a time restraint.
So currently, we're working with the Student Senate to find ways to address this issue regarding exam anxiety. However, we're also aware that during the professional development day, teachers were given resources and training to ensure that they're able to address the needs of students who are taking exams for the first time. The program department will continue to support teachers to ensure that they are adequately prepared to continue to help students during this time of reintroduction towards exams. As this is a bit of a stressful time academically, specifically for our senior students, schools are properly working to increase morale. Student activities are strong, with prep rallies and sports games and Halloween quickly approaching. Schools are celebrating the spooky season with haunted houses, candygrams, and costume days. This past weekend, from Thursday, October 27th to Sunday, October 23rd, I have the pleasure of attending the Ontario Student Trustees Association Fall General Meeting. Though this is my second time attending the meeting, OSTA provided many insightful workshops and information that will help both Leroy and I better manage our roles as student trustees. Through networking and valuable information sessions, I was able to bring back a lot of new ideas that I'm extremely excited to start working on. Amongst the sessions, I was honored to hear from the Minister of Education, Stephen Lecce. The update of plans being put forward to improve student well-being, as well as the attempts to address the learning gap, are honorable initiatives that we hope to see reflected at respective school boards. In addition, student trustees were presented with the guest speaker from Ontario Physical and Health Education Association. I truly believe that this was an eye-opening event that regards the current curriculum of health education in Ontario, showcasing the ways student trustees can aid regarding topics such as consent, body image, social media influence, and inclusivity. Overall, I must say I'm very grateful to have attended this conference. It was an excellent opportunity as a student trustee.
We'd also like to recognize that this is the last meeting before the November inaugural meeting, that some trustees will not be returning. Day and I are both honored to have had the privilege to share this table with such dedicated trustees who are steadfast in their belief of Catholic education, the potential of the students in the Dufferin-Peel Catholic District School Board. We want you to know that despite all the difficulties you face in your roles, your work is deeply appreciated by us and all the students who you've advocated for. We hope you carry such grace and determination in all your future endeavors. Thank you so much. Thank you for your attentiveness. That concludes our October Student Voice Report. If you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Do we have any questions of our student trustees? Trustee Anna De Silva?
I just want to thank our student trustees for, all the work that they do, because they bring a really wonderful element to the table that, really helps us to understand what our students are going through and how some of the things that are happening in education affect them. And, for me, I've always loved hearing about, from your perspective. It's always enabled me to enhance my ability to make the appropriate decisions on behalf of our students. So I want to thank you, both of you, for putting your name forward, because it's not easy. You know that, right? You go through elections too. And I'm glad that you're both here and that you have an opportunity to see what it's like being on the board on a non-pandemic year. So Thank you for the wonderful comments and your well wishes, and I wish you both good luck and enjoy your time as trustee.
Thank you, Trustee De Silva. Any other questions or comments?
Madam Chair?
Trustee Bria Corbett?
Thank you, and through the chair, thank you again for your input and the part that you play in terms of representing students. My question this evening is, when you mentioned exam anxiety, has there been any discussion with the students in terms of what can be done to address that? And if there's been any information shared with students about if we are going to be doing exams and what that looks like and how the schools can better prepare the students?
So as we discussed with our student senate, we wanted to get to the root of the actual issue, and a lot of students do find that the issue is time management, the fear of not knowing how an exam exactly takes place, as the only people currently in our high schools right now who have taken previous exams were grade 12 students who had done them in their first semester of high school. So a majority of the conversation goes around, how to study, how to manage your time, how to kind of demystify what an exam exactly is. So we've been talking about ways to do that and ways to support local schools, like addressing those issues and allowing teachers to give more time and more preparation in order to fully support students in their helps with exams.
Yeah, I agree with completely what Dea said. I think I myself, I haven't taken an exam since grade 9, and I do personally am fearful of what's gonna happen when I have that physics 12 exam. But I think we have to balance the workload of teachers. We have to keep in mind that teachers already do an awful lot for students, but we also have to provide the resources for students so they can succeed and feel confident when they go into that exam.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Trustee Anna De Silva?
Yes, I do have a question, actually. Given as you are aware, the board has been given funding to provide online tutoring, and I was just wondering what students' perceptions are of it, and whether people are availing themselves of the tutoring, the online tutoring, registering for it.
Through the chair, I believe that not many students actually know about this resource. And so with our social media working group kind of coming up on that, we're hoping to maybe promote it on our Instagram, maybe get it out to schools, as sometimes it isn't a lack of resources, it's just a lack of awareness around those resources.
Well, thank you for that information, because I believe the deadline is coming up, or has it already come up? It's already done, through the chair.
Through the chair, yes, the deadline was about a couple of weeks ago in terms of setting up. We have about 2,500 secondary students participating in the program.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Ainika? Perfect, thank you. Thank you so much for your wonderful report. Could I have a motion to receive this great report? Trustee Bruno Ainika, second by Trustee Stefano Pescucci. Anyone opposed? Carried. Madam Director?
Through the chair, 1C is good news items.
Do we have any good news items? I think we know there's one, but, well, you're all here. No, I don't see any. Oh, go ahead. Trustee Luz de Rosario.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is good news and not good news. So it's a comment that I would like to do a tribute for the 3 trustees that are leaving. So Sharon, you have been an excellent leader as chair of our board of trustees. We started as trustees together in 2006. We have bonded, my gosh, we have bonded since then. Don't cry. You have been a great sounding board to me whenever I needed a second opinion. Sharon, Frank, and Anna, as Catholic trustees, Your strong support and dedication to Catholic education is admirable. You have been impactful in advocating on behalf of the whole Dufferin Peel Catholic Schools School Board communities that will leave a significant mark for the future of our board, our students, and families. I just want to say we will miss you all dearly.
Get it? We need a motion to receive that lovely report. Trustee Mario Pascucci, second by Trustee Thomas Thomas. Is there anybody opposed? I guess not. Okay.
Through the chair, E2 is the chair's year-end report.
Yeah. I'd like to turn the chair now over to Trustee Luz de Rosario.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. Since this will be one of the last times that I sit at this table with you as chair and as trustee of the board, it is with mixed feelings of elation and sadness that I present the chair's year-end remarks to the Board of Trustees. After 16 years as a member of this exceptional Board of Trustees, and much longer as a parent volunteer, advocate, and supporter of Catholic education, I am pleased to share a few thoughts with you tonight. I do so bearing in mind a piece of advice I received many years ago: be brief and be gone. That advice came from Bruce Campbell. Let me begin by thanking all of the wonderful trustees, past and present, with whom I have had the honor of serving alongside over the past 16 years. As with any long term of service, there were incredible highs alongside some lows. It was the constant variable of the amazing relationships that were built over the years that somehow made the lows more bearable. I thank God for blessing me with so many great colleagues and friends. I have said in the past that the phrase, "may we live in interesting times," certainly applies to us as trustees, and certainly over the last few years. We've experienced a myriad of challenges and pressures, including most recently, delivering quality Catholic education in a pandemic environment, declining enrollment, labor tensions, and a significant budget deficit through no fault of our own, I might add. We have worked hard and must continue to work hard to dismantle anti-Black racism and all forms of discrimination. And we must continue to walk the path toward truth and reconciliation with our First Nations partners. No one said it would be easy, and we've had to make some difficult decisions as a Board of Trustees. On the other hand, we have demonstrated fiscal responsibility and good stewardship of all of our resources. The trustees developed and staff-guided a multi-year strategic plan along with our new mission and vision that has guided Dufferin Peel over the past 4 years. In 2019, we celebrated 50 years of excellence in Catholic education. The 50th anniversary song and video, produced in conjunction with Salt and Light Television, will be a legacy of this board. We have maintained positive relationships with our local MPPs, and this is very important as we provide them with a better understanding of who we are and what we're all about as Catholic schools. I hope this will continue in the future. We must continue to demonstrate to them just how successful our schools are and how much they are a natural part of the local and provincial educational landscape. Our graduation rates continue to be among the highest in the province. Guided by the Ontario Catholic School graduate expectations, we continue to develop not only good students, but well-rounded, globally minded citizens as well. Just a few examples would be only to look at our impressive distinguished alumni membership. I look to my left, and I see our amazing student trustees who are currently enrolled in our schools. Student trustees Dia and Leroy are excellent examples of positive student voice and are two of thousands of students who benefit from and contribute to our Catholic landscape. An incredible number of charitable and social justice works take place every day in our schools, including fundraising for Share Life, where we are the #1 school board, as you heard, in the Archdiocese in terms of funds raised. Additionally, 100% of our schools are eco-certified. Each and every trustee around this table has worked hard on behalf of our communities for the benefit of all of our students and all of our families, and not just those within our own wards, but across the entire system. We celebrate our schools, students, and staff wherever we go. We must never tire of spreading the good news of Catholic education. As for the days ahead, challenges will come, but I have no reservations that we cannot overcome any challenge on our path. I have every confidence in you, all of you, the trustees of Dufferin Peel, supported by our amazing Director of Education, Marianne Mazzarato, Executive Council members David Amaral and Daniel DeBianco and Julie Cherapaka, our superintendents, both instructional and corporate services, and all members of the senior management team, that we will continue to meet and overcome these challenges. And that also goes for the dedicated and committed school administrators, support staff, and educators across the system who, whatever their role may be, work hard to support students and families and Catholic education. Very special thanks to our administrative assistants who support the trustees and help us with all of our meetings and much, much more. We so appreciate your time and your caring. And to Bruce Campbell, thank you for keeping me on track and sounding so eloquent. I will miss you. We are Dufferin Peel strong. We are Dufferin Peel strong. We are vibrant. Catholic education is woven inextricably. I know that's a word. I know it's a good word. I just can't say it right now. It's woven into the fabric of our communities. Our schools are safe, caring, healthy, and inclusive places to learn and to work. Our Catholic school councils are active and our communities are engaged. My fellow trustees, thank you for your support of me as your chair and as a trustee over the years. We are so blessed to be able to operate in such a collegial and respectful manner. To my dear colleagues, Anna De Silva and Frank DeCosela, it has been an amazing journey with you. You have contributed a combined 31 years to Dufferin Peel with intelligence, passion, and grace. I wish you and your families God's richest blessings as you pursue your new adventures. To my vice chair, Trustee Luz de Rosario, thank you. You have been my partner You have stepped in when I could not attend a meeting or met with the community. You have suggested ways we can improve. You are wise and not afraid to make important suggestions. I trust you. Thank you. I will always cherish my time as a member of this amazing board, and I will never forget you. May God continue to guide you in the work that you do, and may you always look to Him for wisdom, strength, and guidance. I leave you with a few words of Irish wisdom. May love and laughter light your days and warm your heart and home. May good and faithful friends be yours wherever you may roam. May peace and plenty bless your world with joy that long endures. May all life's passing seasons bring the best to you and yours. May the good Lord always hold you in the palm of His hand. Thank you, God bless, and I hope to see you down the road. Thank you.
I was going to stand. Could I get somebody move receipt of the report? Moved by Trustee Frank DiCasola, seconded by Trustee Anna De Silva. Any opposed? Carried. We can now give you a round of applause.
Oh, thanks. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Okay, we go back to the meeting now.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Passing on the chair to you.
I will. Thank you, Trustee Thomas. Second by Mario Pascucci. Anyone opposed? Carried. Thank you so much.
Through the chair, we're now on section F. The F1 is the minutes of the Administration and Finance Committee meeting of September 13, 2022 for receipt. These are on page 25 of your e-agenda.
Could I ask Trustee Stefano Pascucci to move these minutes?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And Trustee Mario Pascucci to second? Thank you. Anyone opposed? Carried.
F2, minutes of the Faith and Program Committee meeting of September 20, 2022 on page 41 of your agenda.
Could I ask Trustee Sean Xavier to move these minutes? Could I ask Trustee Frank DiCosola to second them? Anyone opposed? Carried.
F3, minutes of the Special Education Advisory Committee meeting of September 21, 2022 on page 52 of the agenda.
Could I ask Trustee Bruno Ionica to move these minutes? Could I ask Trustee Luz de Rosario to second them? Oh, isn't anyone opposed? Carried.
F4, minutes of the Board Bylaw Policies Review Committee meeting of May 24, 2022, starting on page 59.
Could I ask Trustee Bria Corbett to move these minutes?
Madam Chair, I wasn't present for that meeting, but Vice Chair Thomas
Okay.
chaired
Could
that
I ask
meeting.
Trustee Thomas to move these minutes? Thank you. Could I ask Trustee Anna De Silva to second them? Anyone opposed? Carried.
Through the chair, we have no items under section G. We're moving to section 8, and these are reports requiring action. H1 is declared interest, and that's been moved to L. So we're on H2, which is the motions recommended by the Board Bylaw Policies Review Committee of October 18, 2022. They start on page 70 of your agenda.
Give me 1 minute. Is it the desire of the trustees to take each one of these motions individually? Yeah, okay, thank you. Trustee Pascucci moves this, seconded by Trustee Thomas, anyone opposed? Carried. Okay, so what I will do is read the motion, and then we're going to ask for our approval of each bylaw. Okay, the motion number 1 is that the Board of Trustees approves that the trustee member appointment to the Audit Committee be a 2-year term. Could I ask Trustee Anna De Silva to move that? Thank you. Could I ask Trustee Frank DeCosla to second that? Anyone opposed? Carried. Number 2 is that the Board of Trustees approve the revised procedural bylaw as amended. Could I have Trustee Bruno Ionica move this? Could I have Trustee Sean Xavier to second that? Thank you. Anyone opposed? Carried. Number 3 is that the Board of Trustees approve the policies for review and development 2022-2023 as amended. Could I ask Trustee Stefano Pescucci to move this? Thank you. Could I ask Trustee Luz de Rosario to second this? Is anyone opposed? Carried. Number 4 is that the Board of Trustees approve that staff develop a report to look at the feasibility of representation of parents and guardians of students with identified exceptionalities on Catholic school councils. Could I ask Trustee Mario Pescucci to move this? And Trustee Bruno Ionica to second it. Is anyone opposed? Carried. Number 5, that the Board of Trustees approve revised policies 4.01 Catholic school councils as amended. Could I, Trustee Stefano Pescucci, move this? Could I ask Trustee Sean Xavier to second it? Is anyone opposed? Carried. Number 6, that the Board of Trustees approve revised policy 6.02, records and information management as amended. Could I have Trustee Thomas to move this? Could I Trustee Anna De Silva to second it? Anyone opposed? Carried. Number 7, that the Board of Trustees approve that new policy, electronic monitoring, be approved and enacted as amended. Could I, Trustee Frank DeCosla, move this? Could I have Trustee Stefano Pescucci second it?
Thank you.
Anyone opposed? Carried. Number 8, that the Board of Trustees approve new policy 39.00, keeping children safe, duty to report. Could I, Trustee Luz de Rosario, move this? Thank you. Could I have Trustee Bria Corbett second it? Anyone opposed? Carried. Number 9, that the Board of Trustees rescind policy 2.0, concerns and requests raised by parents and guardians and the public, and that new policy, school concerns resolution, be approved and enacted. Could I have Trustee Thomas move this? Could I have Trustee Frank DeCosla second it? Anyone opposed? Carried. Number 10, that the Board of Trustees approve revised policy 9.03, progressive discipline students as amended. Could I have Trustee Anna De Silva move this? Could I have Trustee Luz de Rosario second it? Anyone opposed? Carried. Number 11, that the Board of Trustees approve policy 6.59, school graduations as amended. Could I have Trustee Bruno Ionica move this? Yes. Could I have Trustee Thomas second it? Anyone opposed? Carried. Number 12, that the Board of Trustees approve policy 4.75, acceptable network use and security as amended. Could I have Trustee Bria Corbett move this? Could I have Trustee Luz de Rosario second it? Anyone opposed? Carried. Number 13, that the Board of Trustees approve that new policy, cybersecurity, be approved and enacted as amended. Could I have Trustee Mario Pescucci move this? Trustee Frank DeCosta has seconded. Anyone opposed? Carried. And H1, motion recommended, oh no,
Through the chair,
I've
that's
moved
declared.
on.
Yep, that's declared
Sorry, I
interest.
got carried away.
Through the chair, we're now moving to H3, which is the 2023-2024 Education Funding Consultation. Executive Superintendent is going to present this report. It was distributed as part of your TOPE package this evening. Before she presents this report, I ask for receipt.
Could I have Trustee Luz de Rosario move this? Could I have Trustee Anna De Silva second it? Receipt? Anyone opposed? Carried.
Good evening, and through the chair, this evening's report, as indicated by the director, is in your TOPE sheet starting on page 15. Approximately 2 weeks ago, the Ministry of Education released the 2023-2024 Education Funding Consultation Guideline. About the same time, the Ontario Catholic School Trustees Association, OXTA, also reached out to local boards of trustees and requested feedback so that they could put together a submission to be sent into the ministry in response to this consultation guide. Within the consultation itself, the ministry is really looking for input in 3 different areas, one of them being efficiencies and reducing administrative burden, and 2 of them related to capital projects, one with regards to reducing time to completion of the projects, and one with regards to joint use schools. Because of the information required, input was solicited from several departments within the board to put together a draft response for the Board of Trustee review and approval. So the draft is before you this evening, and if there's other input that the Board of Trustees would like to see in this document, we're happy to take that information this evening and add it to the report. If not, the report can be sent as is, and I believe OXT is looking for this submission by November 4th.
Thank you, Julie. I think what I'd like to do is give the trustees a few minutes to read the report, and then I'll be asking for any discussions or input that they may have. So I'll give you a few minutes to read the report. Okay, so I think what I'd like to do is begin a speakers list because I did notice trustees writing, and so I'd like to begin a speakers list, so either questions or comments. So trustee De Silva, would you like to begin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So one of the things that I thought we should include, first of all, I'm really glad we added the long-term disability issue because I think that's really critical. I wouldn't have put it last. I probably would have put it first under the administrative burdens, efficiency and reducing administrative burdens, but that's just me. But I thought that another issue that we deal with that I think we need to put in here is that we are provided with funding for the support of an underutilized school and a process to be able to close or restructure our schools as required. Because right now, we're maintaining those schools and, and in the past, we would have been funded for the maintenance of those schools, but now that there's a new policy, there's been a policy in place that doesn't take in consideration the operation of those buildings. And with inflation, particularly with the rising costs of energy that we've been experiencing, I think it's going to become more and more costly for the board to maintain that. So I think we need to add that. The other piece that I'd like to add is that I know that other trustees in the board, around the board, have talked about the sports fields in their high schools. I have one school that has a sports field that is sinking; it's not working properly. So, and I know that lies under capital funding, but I think we should specifically ask for that the ministry provides funding for the upgrading or the installation of school fields and also for their upkeep and over and above the capital funding, because I think, sports and athletics are very important and we really do need those sports fields. We need funding to maintain them. And I don't see us having that money to be able to do that. I know was brought forward with Trustee Thomas in one of his areas. And, we have no funding to add a field there. And there's no funding to repair the field at St. Augustine. So I would like to add those two items, Madam Chair.
Is there anyone else that would like to add to this report? Trustee Corbett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So on the first page of the report, numbered 1, where we talk about reduce the number and frequency of ad hoc reporting, I'm wondering if we should be able to specify what specific reporting we want to reduce. I know in the second bullet point, there's some mention of some of the sites that are maintained, but I feel that statement's, while it's good, it's still very general. I'm not sure it's going to achieve the reduction that we want if we don't specify what we're trying to reduce. So that would be one mention there. Page 2, where we talk about enrollment decline, was there not an enrollment decline funding we were provided at one point in time that was discontinued?
So through the chair, yes, just for clarity, we do receive a declining enrollment grant, but the point being made, and maybe it can be a little clearer, is that significant enrollment decline at the one time kind of outmatches any kind of declining enrollment funding that they can support us with. The decline is so rapid and so significant that it's difficult to right-size the board within that short period of time, even with that declining enrollment funding that they give, which really is only for really over a 2-year period, and it declines within each one of those years. But we can add clarity and suggest that funding is not sufficient.
Correct. That would also be advantageous if we include that. And then when we talk about, since we're talking about funding, and we talk about technology funding, transportation funding is still something that's continually underfunded, and we're hearing from families on a regular basis. And the transportation funding formula is very outdated. I think would be of benefit to bring that to their attention as well. And I agree with Trustee De Silva that the long-term disability should be top of mind at the beginning of the report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Trustee Corbett. Trustee Pascucci, Mario?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of items, page 2. I've always been on the lookout for these kind of comments, where, for example, it talks about parent events. We should include their guardians, ratepayers, or something of that nature, so that should be added as well. Is that better? Great, thank you. Where it says parent events on page 2, where you would turn around and put in guardians and ratepayers. Page number 3, second bullet, where it talks about community centers and what have you. I would like to add in there pools and arenas or recreation services to capture all of them. Does that make sense? And that's it, Madam Chair. And I agree with the long-term disability.
Okay. Trustee Anika?
Just with regards to staff needs for children that learn differently, I know that in every school of the sport that I walk into, and even at SEAC, but I'll talk about the specifics in the school, the lack thereof of staff to assist the ever-growing number of children that need assistance. And I know that we, as a board, unconditionally will overspend without question to a specific degree to help the children that learn differently. But if we're asking for something, then, you know, I think that we should also include funds for added staff for those children that learn differently. Because I don't hear from any school principal that they have more than enough staff to help out. So, and also, I hear it at SEAC as well. So if staff could add that, we'll most appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other trustee who'd like to contribute? No? Okay. Now, what do you need from us this evening with this report?
Through the chair, we would require a motion to approve as amended.
Okay. So could I have a motion? Are you making a motion, trustee? Could I have a motion to approve this report, response to OXTA 2023-2024 education funding feedback, moved by trustee Pascucci, seconded by trustee Corbett, as amended, sorry. Anyone opposed? Carried. Yes, trustee Anika.
It's great that we get asked for our opinion. It's great that we put an excellent document together. But is this a document of hope and prayer? Or will this be something that somebody will take into consideration? Because there's a long list of requests, and they're not something that this board just kind of pulls out of the air and says, okay, what do we need today? These have been ongoing for years. This is not just overnight. This has been ongoing for years. So if staff is going, you know, I mean, is this a hope and prayer document that we tender to OXTA, and OXTA has a brief conversation with the province, and then the province says, thanks very much, and puts it on a pile of other pieces of paper, and it's done, then we're going to be asking on a regular basis, where are we with the report? And it'll just be added work on something that, excuse me, is just going to sit there. So can the staff have an idea or a comment on what the plan is? Because if Dufferin Peel's submitting this list, every other school board is going to be submitting this similar type list. So if staff could comment, I'd be appreciative.
Through the chair, staff have been requested, as trustees have been requested, to provide input into the financial brief that they're preparing to move forward. I can't speak to the extent to which the requests are going to be responded to or acted upon, but what I can say is that this board has been consistent in doing a self-reflection of what the needs are in this community and articulating that, and is on record as articulating what this board believes are the needs are to serve adequately the families and students in Dufferin-Peel.
Madam Chair, can, once this has been revised, can staff send it to trustees as well? That way we have an updated version of it. And, you know, when we speak with our constituents, we can raise the fact that these are the issues that we're I won't say hunting for, but these are the issues that we are requesting of the government through Oxta. Lobbying, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Trustee Inika. I'd like to turn it over to Trustee Del Rosario just for some comments about what Trustee Inika said.
Thank you, Madam
Or
Chair.
question of Trustee Inika.
Just in support of the question that you raised, Oxta would normally go through this. This is the reason why they requested a feedback, and they would discuss with the Minister of Education and the Minister of Finance to go over all our requests. And they always follow it up, and it becomes part of the financial brief that they provide to the minister. And that financial brief is always part of their discussion when they meet. And I believe they meet regularly, if I remember correctly. We do have a representative that schedules the meeting regularly. And in addition, our chair and I were just talking, when we meet with the MPPs, this is also our other opportunity to say, we have sent this to our association and has been given to you as a brief that was given to the Minister of Education and Minister of Finance. So that's the process that Oxta would normally do. I just want to share that with you.
Trustee Inika?
Madam Chair, thank you for the explanation. I know that to our staff specifically and to trustees as much, the long-term disability is a significant pain. And I'm wondering if there's did it just fall on page 3 just because, or is there a rationale for it? Or I'm not looking for an explanation because I know all of these items are important and one of them is going to be at the end. So I'm not sure if there was a rationale for this one to be at the end, because I think that we've had conversation on LTD 100,000 times, and we know the impact, significant impact that this item has on this board and on children, and our ability or inability to do certain things for this board. And so I'm hoping that, when Oxta has this conversation, that Oxta raises this and the impact that it is having on this board, because it's significant. And I don't think I have to explain to my colleagues, because they know as well as everyone, and of course, staff. So I'm wondering if there was a rationale.
Through the chair, the order of the questions were provided as a template from Oxta. And so if you read the actual questions, like question number 1 doesn't necessarily lend itself to talking about LTD, nor does question number 2. But as you move through the document, you'll find that on page 2, halfway down the page, it is asking for additional feedback, and that's where we've taken that opportunity to identify things that we believe are unique to Dufferin-Peel. What we can do in regards to the additional feedback piece is move long-term disability to the first paragraph of that additional feedback piece, which is found on page 2.
Chair, thank you to staff. When this conversation happens at Oxta, I'm hoping that it gets significant conversation, because I know the work that our staff has done. I think we all know the work that our staff has done. But, how much longer can we continue to sustain this? Because before it really, really starts to affect kids.
Through the chair, I would argue it's already affecting kids,
Well-
their students, and I would also argue that it is having a significant impact on staff as well to try and manage this. But this has been represented with Oxta. It has been represented with the ministry. Our staff continue to work closely with the ministry to work through a solution. We continue to do that.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Anika. Any other comments? Okay, next item.
Through the chair, we are now on H4, which is the new policy. It's part of your TOPE package this evening, opening exercises in schools and at formal meetings, and I ask for receipt before Council Beck presents it.
Could I have Trustee Sean Xavier would like to move receipt. A seconder, Trustee Stefano Pescucci. Anyone opposed? Carried.
Through the chair, good evening. Trustees requested a policy on the order of tributes at meetings and in school opening exercises. The policy before you this evening, if enacted, would dictate that the order of tributes for meetings of the Board of Trustees and opening exercises in schools would be O Canada, the prayer, and land acknowledgement in that order. So again, that's for Board of Trustees meetings and opening exercises in schools, O Canada, prayer, and land acknowledgement. And then for committee meetings and formal meetings led by staff, it would be prayer followed by land acknowledgement. And through this report, staff request that the Board of Trustees approve this new policy, and I'm happy to take any questions or comments.
Do I have any questions or discussion? Seeing none, so we have another motion here, and that's that the Board of Trustees approve the new policy, opening exercises in schools and at formal meetings, moved by Trustee Ainika, seconded by Trustee Ana da Silva. Anyone opposed? Carried.
Through the chair, H5 is a new policy, safety of pupils, school closure, and early dismissal. And this was also part of your TOPE package this evening. I ask for receipt before I turn it over to Council Beck.
Could I motion to receive? Trustee Luz de Rosario, second by Trustee Thomas. Anyone opposed? Carried.
Thank you, and through the chair, under Section 19 of the Education Act, the Board of Trustees may temporarily close or authorize the temporary closure of a school or schools for certain emergency situations. This includes where there's such things as inclement weather, fire, flood, and similar emergencies, which would include emergencies related to health and safety. The new policy before trustees this evening, if enacted, would delegate the authority to temporarily close a school or schools for such emergencies to the director. This is needed because if the Board of Trustees exercise this authority itself, they would need to call a special meeting. And special board meetings require at least 2 days' notice, unless the chair waives that requirement. But then there's the issue of being able to immediately have quorum. Certain emergencies, such as those related to health and safety, cannot wait for that to happen. The policy also adds that when the director exercises the authority to temporarily close a school or schools in emergency situations, before making the decision, the director is required to consult with certain professionals as appropriate. This would include, for example, in health and safety emergencies, that the local medical officer of health is consulted, or if there are road safety or transportation issues, that STOPR and/or the police are consulted as well. So it ensures that the director is consulting the experts in the areas to ensure that the decision is informed by them. I also need to note that the title of this policy should be School Closures Early Dismissal / Early Dismissal. So there's an error in the title. Through this report, staff requests that the Board of Trustees approve this new policy, School Closure Early Dismissal, and I'm happy to take any questions or comments.
Okay, discussion or questions? Trustee Stefano Piscucci?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair, to, I guess, staff, why is this a new policy? Has this never happened, ever? Where we had to close a school for whatever reason?
Through the chair, it has happened, and there is a general administrative procedure that articulates that, but it was never linked into a policy.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I was trying to figure out why that happened. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. So we have a second motion, and that's that the Board of Trustees approve and adopt the new policy 40.00, safety of pupils, school closures / early dismissal, as presented. Moved by Trustee Thomas, seconded by Trustee Bruno Inica. Anyone opposed? Carried.
Through the chair, we move to section I, which is notice of motion.
Trustee Pascucci?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to put forward this notice of motion. I'll read it and present it to Cindy for it, and then, as I understand, it's not debatable, it's just going to be coming forward, so that recognizing it's down the road. That the Board of Trustees requests staff to prepare a report in the current programs and delivery models for international languages, and include in the report recommendations for future programs and delivery modes. The report is to be brought back in the May 2023 board meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much.
I'll bring it forward.
Through the chair, for clarity, as per the procedural bylaws, that notice of motion will come forward at the December board meeting.
Thank you.
Through the chair, no additional business, section K, questions asked of and by trustees.
Okay, are there any questions of the Board of Trustees? Trustee Maria Pascucci?
A question I'd like to ask, Madam Chair, it's regarding busing policies and what have you. An individual brought to my attention, and this has happened a number of times, I don't know who to send it to. I mean, the director probably can handle it and forward it to staff, but regarding siblings riding buses when when the other child is at need, physically or otherwise. So the question I have to ask is, what's our current policy on that, and in terms of having individuals riding with siblings?
Through the chair, good evening. I'm happy to try and respond to that question. So currently, with respect to special education transportation, when a child is eligible for special education transportation, and there's a request made by that family to have a sibling ride along, STOPR's current policy is that unless the student is eligible for transportation themselves, that they would not be accommodated with a courtesy seat on that particular bus. There is an appeal process that families can pursue through STOPR, and there is an appeal form that is on the STOPR website that is available to parents, and that appeal process can then go forward to STOPR for further consideration, should a family wish to pursue that.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Trustee Inica?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As each of us know, actually, through you to staff, how is funding directed to the school boards? Is it through the number of students that they have, or is it through the number of ratepayers that pay into the Catholic system?
Through the chair, I'm going to turn it over to Executive Superintendent Chair Paca.
So through the chair, it's actually a combination. So what happens is the school board fills out a grant package based on a number of different grants and elements, including enrollment. And what is calculated is the total funding allocation for Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board. We receive that funding in two parts. What the what the municipalities collect and provide to the school board makes up one component, and whatever difference is not submitted through those tax bases comes from the ministry. So in total, we get our total allocation, but it comes from two different payment transfers.
If I could expand, Madam Chair. So if regular Joe Bruno and his wife live in a home and they do not pay into the Catholic system, then you obviously would not get funding from Bruno and his wife, correct?
Through the chair, what would happen is the transfers coming from the municipalities are reduced, but more comes from the Ministry of Education.
Because I have to say that with the last couple of, the last, since Labor Day, what I have noticed is, and staff is aware, because I've made them aware, and ratepayers have made me aware, and from a personal experience, was impacted as well. So what I had was a ratepayer who's never moved, lived in the same house for years. Both their children attended an elementary school, Catholic elementary. One went on to secondary. They went to the vote, and the husband received a ballot for separate school board. The wife received one for the public school board. The wife came out of the ballot box, turned to her husband, and asked him if I had retired. She did not see, and I have had significant dealings, and I'll speak personally, significant dealings with this family. So he sent me an email saying this might affect. If it was one example, I could understand. It is significant examples that I've had, and my son being another. My son showed up to vote, and he gave the voting card, the card that he got in the mail, as well as his ID, proceeded to receive the ballot, and it was for separate, for a public school. So my son looked at it and went, this is not mine. I'm a separate supporter. And they said, no, you're public. He said, if you look at the voters list sheet that I just gave you, and you look at the name, and you look at the separate school, it's going to tell you that I am not going to vote for the public school trustee. I pay, and I've made changes with the city of Mississauga to have my taxes converted to the separate school. After some respectful conversation, they gave him a separate school ballot, which he completed. But I've had people that have lived in their house whose children go to school, and they are not reported as Catholic school supporters. Somewhere along the line, Impact has had an impact on whatever funds that we may or may not get that make that balance, that delta. And and if it was just me, I would say, maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm special, but I'm not special. I think every one of the trustees around this table that knocked on doors or went to people had the same experience as I did. Now, I'm not going to cry over, 10, 20, because it may be the exact opposite in other situations, and I get it, I understand. But the level of information that we are getting is, at best, late. At best, causes us significant amount of work to do, because now not only do we have to separate the way that we do it, they no longer give it to you by poles, they give it to you by street. Well, great. I got a street that's 2 miles long, so now I have to, where before it was done by pole. So be it. It is what it is. You live with it and you move on. But the fact that the information that we are getting is invalid and incorrect is the issue that I have. I don't know who or how or what we need to do, but this needs to be resolved sooner rather than later, because there may be, and in one area of somebody around this table who's not coming back, the delta in votes was 44, if my memory serves me correctly. So if you have 44 people who that happened to, you've lost the election based on that. Based on that. I find that if we're going to provide information and the fact that it may have an impact on our funding, I find that more despicable than the actual mistake. I can live with the mistake. I can't live with the funding aspect of things that we're not getting. So that's the first. So if I could ask staff, what process or what can we bring forward or have a conversation on how we can put forward as trustees to make the election process a little less stressful, but more importantly, more accurate than anything else? Because right now, it's not accurate.
Through the chair, I don't know if you want to talk about this being raised on the minister's call today.
You know what? I'll move the chair over to Trustee Del Rosario, and so we had our regular bi-weekly call with Minister Lecce today, and I actually got chosen to ask a question, so I addressed this issue pretty strongly with the minister, and really based my comments around human rights, because really when you think about it, it is the right of every ratepayer when they go to the polls to be given the correct ballot that they can use to vote. If this was any other group that was being, in my opinion, discriminated against, there would be an outcry. And I raised that with the minister and said that this really is a human rights issue. His response to me was that he is just finished having a conversation with Pat Daly, who is the president of Oxta, and that it has been a conversation of late that they've been having. I did mention to the minister that it wasn't just people who had moved, because that's always been our discussion, has been the default. But I said, it's happening to people who have lived in their homes over 30 years and they haven't moved, and now they're on the wrong list. And then after that, Pat Daly emailed me and said, thank you for raising it. And yes, it is an ongoing conversation. It has been raised a few times now with the call with the minister. I think today he really kind of sat up and paid attention, only because of the timing that we've just come through an election. And I think the fact that I addressed it as a human rights issue maybe got his attention, because that seems to be something he's interested in. So that's my answer from that perspective. And it is, I know, an ongoing conversation. It's a combination of a conversation between the Ministry of Education and Ministry of Finance. And this particular minister is dealing with it more heads-on than in the past, because in the past it's been the bureaucrats who are supporting the ministers of finance, and this time it seems to be the minister himself who is more interested in having these conversations. The only other thing I might suggest is that if the board wants to write to the minister, copying the minister of finance or vice versa, and also copying Oxta, that certainly is something we could do.
Well, Madam Chair, I'd be, at this stage, we've been talking about this, for eons, right? So, at the end of the day, it's just lip service to some degree. And I'm getting tired of the lip service because my constituents are being affected because, they call in a panic. One of the trustees had a priest show up wanting to vote for the Catholic school system and was told, no, you're a public supporter. Are you kidding me? Now, I'm not going to get mad at the people at the polls. I mean, they're just following rules. But I will tell you, a lot of the people there, the people that go, they just say, well, okay, because they don't want that argument. They don't want to have that confrontation. They went there to just do their civil duty to vote. So, it has become, at this stage of the game, to be honest with you, lip service. That's all it is. Until something solid comes out of it, it's sucking and blowing wind, plain and simple. And so, at one, I'd be happy to make the motion that staff write the letters signed by all trustees and CC all the boards, because I don't think that Dufferin Peel is special. I think that we're all experiencing the same thing and the same challenges and opportunities. So for me, I would be more than happy for that to happen.
Before I deal with the motion, I'd like to go to Director Mazzarato.
Through the chair, and I wonder if,
Oh, I'm chair, I'm sorry.
I wonder as part of informing a letter that staff explore ways in which we can personalize and quantify what's going on in our district by reaching out to constituents, asking them to detail what their experience was, and providing those kinds of testimonials so that it is, it's not saying, it's not a general letter that says we continue to experience concerns regarding designation, but actually start detailing the experiences of ratepayers when they're going to the polls. And I think if you start putting the face, so to speak, to the problem, that it might have a better chance of falling on some ears that are finally going to listen. Because just the few that you've shared here today, and we know that there's many other stories that you would have heard. So if you leave it with us, staff can maybe look at a way in which we can reach out to the ratepayers and provide them with an online tool in which they can just detail what their experience was. Doesn't have to be, it can be anonymous. It doesn't have to be an identification of who the individual is. But I think if we were able to present some of that information as part of a letter and to copy that to all the boards, it might be very illuminating for those that the recipients of this letter to see what the impact of this has now been on ratepayers.
Are we good? Thank you. I have a speaker list on this topic. So
Yeah, this is to the point.
Trustee De Silva, I have Stefano first, and then you, and then Trustee Maria Pascucci.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, staff. First a question and a comment. Are boards provided an opportunity to critique the electoral system every 4 years?
Through the chair, not to my knowledge, no.
The reason why I ask is because, as with Trustee Bruno-Nika, and I'm sure every other trustee at this table, and at any other table across the province, we also receive the same issue. When I called the city up, their comment was, "We're sorry. Please be patient." And you must be. And then after I challenged them on that, because an election is an election, and it's not, "I'm sorry, be patient." It has to be done properly the first time. you have the wrong list. I have the wrong list. Same list that I used since September 1st, September 16th, and then on the exact same date I was on the phone with them, pulled it from their website and said, pull up this address and tell me what it shows. So how do I have the wrong list? How do they have and how do they have the right list if we all have the exact same list? So it's a problem with education on the electoral side, on the employee side. When I went to personally vote, I got the right ballot, thankfully. But the last election, I got the wrong ballot. So what changed? My child goes to a Catholic school. I'm a Catholic school supporter. I'm a trustee for the Catholic school board, so I have to be a Catholic school supporter. What is going on? So I would suggest that we speak to the city, the region, and say, what are you guys doing? Because clearly, MPAC, yes, may not be providing us the correct information. It isn't providing us the correct information, or they're messing up the information. But a number of my constituents as well, even if they were on our Catholic school council, weren't noted as Catholic school supporters, even though their child goes to Catholic school. So MPAC is causing an issue where they're changing things whenever they want. And frankly, I just don't know how else to help them, because the city is not being supportive. And if they want to run an election which is not true and fair and open to everybody correctly, then what type of election are we having? That's all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Pascucci. Trustee Ana de Silva?
Yes, thank you very much. Actually, the question that I was going to be posing was around this very similar issue. And I have concerns with a couple of things, because what I noted when I went to vote was that I was a Catholic supporter, but I was told that I was given a ballot that had no trustees because I had an N beside my name and everyone in my household. And I was told that that N is that I am non-residential. And that as being non-residential, I get a ballot that has no trustees on it. And so I'm concerned that there may be other ballots out there that may be Catholic, but may have this N beside them and may have been given this ballot. Now, for the last 4 elections that I've been involved with and I invigilated, I have never seen this extra ballot, and I've never seen this N designation. And so I'm not sure if that's something new that's happened. The other thing that I have a concern with on this process is that even if I were to own a business property, why shouldn't I vote for a trustee? I don't know why they would eliminate trustees from the ballot. So I have concerns about that, and I'd like to put that, if there is a letter that was going out, that's one of the examples that there's been an issue with this non-residential, all of a sudden having a new item. I'd like to understand a little more what it's about, because I don't know what it is and why that would be applied to a residential residential home. And that N was next to all 3 people in the household. The other thing that I have a concern about is, and this leads me to the other concern. So I was looking at the vote for wards 1, 3, and 4. 354,884 individuals in wards 1, 3, and 4. 87,155 cast votes. English separate votes, 3,982. How can we have only 3,982 votes for ES, for English separate, when we had 87,000 votes cast? Now, even if you were to take a quarter of that, that would be 22,000 votes. So I'm concerned that that's indicating that maybe they're not getting the right ballots. And, I can't imagine that only 4,000 votes out of that many people would be English separate. So I know the turnout was low, but the overall average was at a quarter. So if we look at, at that statistic, it should be, it should be more than 3,982. So I think that indicates that there's some issue. And I would like to see if there is some way that we can identify or have MPAC or identify, because this voters list, it doesn't come from the city, it comes from the province, right? MPAC. So it's, I want to understand what changes they've made, why they've made those changes, and I'd like to see whether we can identify whether there are English Catholic, if there's a way to identify English separate voters that may not have been be provided with the correct ballot. So I think there's some data there. If we go back to the polls and look at what's happened, I think there's some data there that might indicate that there's a problem. That's why I'm highlighting this. And it goes to the issue that Trustee Anika has brought up, and that there is a problem with what's happening this year. When I brought this to the attention of the writing at the poll, they did say that this was the most disorganized. They did tell me and commented that they felt that this was one of the most disorganized elections that they've ever worked with or experienced. So I think there's feedback around what's been happening. The second thing I want to talk about is the lack of training that is being provided to the people who are at the polls, who have no understanding of the Catholic system. They have no understanding of the right to vote, and that it seemed to me that they weren't even educated on it or informed on it. And this was worse than I had ever seen it. And I know there was a bit of change that I noted the last election, but in this election, I found it lacking. And I really think that as a stakeholder in the process, we should be engaged in anything that revolves around preparations for the elections or changes, that we should be notified and engaged and notified and engaged and also informed on what's happening. And the board should be, because we do have a responsibility to ensure that our ratepayers are getting the right ballot, because that's who we represent. So we have an obligation, and I think we are a primary stakeholder, so we should be included. A third thing that I wanted to highlight. Sorry, I forgot. Anyways, I will just pass for now. Those were my main points.
Put you at the bottom.
Thank you.
Again, if you want. So Trustee Maria Pascucci.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I'd like to suggest to staff that when we start creating Oxta motions, that this be one issue, one motion to be considered for the AGM. We have enough time to put it together, and it's a topic that's near and dear to our hearts. And the second point, I remember over the years, one of the reasons they said they couldn't do anything is because the governments were changing somewhat frequently. Now we have the Conservatives here with what happened last time, now they're majority. So there is some stability in the Finance Department, which I believe, according to Oxta, the Finance Department is looking at this matter. It's an impact, finance, and educational matter. So I'm glad that's happening, but the question is it really happening? And it would be, I would recommend that I'm going to contact my local MPP to them and say to them, look, what's the status on this? Because when we had an MBOT lunch about 1.5 years, 2 years ago, no, it's longer than that, 2 years ago, the Minister of Finance was there, and they brought it out to attention, and I was told by my MPPs that, in fact, this was an issue that was going to be addressed. Well, we're still here 3 years later. So anyway, the fact of the matter is this is an issue. We all know in that. And the fact of the matter is also that it's going to continue. Because I was refused a ballot a long time ago, many years ago, because they ran out of Catholic ballots, so here's a public one. Okay, so there you go. And I said, no, you got, then I waited until they went to another polling station to pull those ballots from another polling station, Warren, so that they had separate school electors. I would like to also suggest, we're being too nice. The human rights issue would be nice to close, and I appreciate the comment that was made by Sharon on this one. Why don't we just give them a termination date? In other words, if they don't do something by a certain date, we'll just go to human rights and go from there. Why should we play along and say, et cetera? Like, let's arbitrarily make a date, May 31st, whatever date everybody feels comfortable at. Make this a separate issue within our agenda so that we duly move motions. They would have to then react to the motions. And we'll say, if you don't connect with us, we'll be forced to discuss this issue or bring it forward or whatever commentary to say this is going to happen by May 34th. And I'm sure the press would love to pick this up at that time. And this is not, and I agree, it's both public and separate, of course. I don't know of the public side, of course, because I don't look at their ballots, but the fact of the matter is that I'm sure they're complaining as well. I also, and I got to check on this because I want to make sure I'm correct. There was one nursing home in my riding that had absolutely zero separate school support. And I find that incredibly to believe. I mean, it's got to be one out of many. So I'm going to look at it again, and I'm going to contact staff. My question to staff, to Daniel. Daniel, your list that you received from Toronto, from Mississauga, is it similar to what we would see? You probably haven't seen ours, but would it be similar that shows all separate school supporters and what we would call holes, I guess, but they're not there in the strictest sense of the word, like the old system?
Through the chair, the list, as was already noted, it comes from MPAC. So the base data is the same data.
Okay. So if I was to say to you, can you please go to poll number 307, because there is a map and there is a number there. Well, I had an old map, but there is a number. You'd be able to look up and see if in fact if there are separate school supporters in that poll.
Through the chair, we can cross-reference it.
Okay, great. So I'll get back to you on the side. I believe that's all my issues. Oh, yes. Moving forward, Bruce, I'm sorry to say this, but is it possible to keep on putting this issue on any future newspapers or trustee paperwork, commentary, articles, whatever? Are you being ticked? That situation where parents, ratepayers can then default and say, am I or am I not, as opposed to the week before, a month before, 6 months before an election. Is it possible to do that, Bruce? But that is like a small little issue where you can discuss it with staff and go from there. Yeah, it's just as a sideline, if the newspaper, news thing, whatever articles go out there, take a look at it. But the trouble is, too, the people that are going to receive that are the ones that have somebody in the system. There's people who do not have children in the system that they're going to have to do a little bit more digging on their own. And then, of course, do they have the want to do it? That's another question altogether.
Yes, through the chair, we could look at that.
Thank you, Bruce. I appreciate it. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Stefano Pascucci, the same item?
Thank you.
Same.
Yes, same thing. Thank you. I hate to agree with him every single time, but Trustee Mario Pascucci did raise a good point about using school messenger. Is it possible for us to look at ways of allowing our parents who have left the system? So the child has graduated from high school, they've gone into something else. They no longer have a child in our system to stay on like a school messenger list where they would get these, not a school-related update, but an update of, are you ticked? Or, and it would be an opt-out, I guess, or they would remain as on this list. And then after a certain amount of time, as per the legislation, we have to ask if they want to stay or not. They would get that information regarding, are you ticked? Are you, what's going on with our school system, this and that. Would it be possible to do something like that? Obviously, not historical, but going forward.
Yeah, through the chair, the school messenger app draws information from our student information systems. And so once a student is demitted from the school, it's no longer part of our student information system. So it's not viable in terms of trying to archive students who have left our system.
So is there any way that we can extract that information? Once the child does graduate, that information then gets funneled into a separate system, or even like a spreadsheet, if you want to call it, like an email list?
Through the chair, we can take that back and see, what would be involved. Is it possible, and what would be involved in doing so?
Yeah, because that would fix the issue of trying to capture people who, the number of people that I've spoken to as well, when I was walking around during the election was, oh, I don't have any kids in the system. Well, you're still a Catholic school supporter, so that's why I'm talking to you. I'm still knocking your door because you are a Catholic school supporter, so you are still paying us, part of your taxes kind of thing. So if we can do that, that'd be great. And also similar to what Mario mentioned as well, he used the example of an old age home. There was a building complex of 3 25-floor buildings. 2 of them had, let's call it 30, 40 units in there that were Catholic supporters. 1 had 0. Now, I find it very hard that one building has absolutely not one Catholic in it, or somebody who was a Catholic school supporter in the past and has not changed their thing. So that's another issue there. Regarding MPAC and how we're worried about the information not being correct, the other question should be, why do we have to receive one list on September 1st and an updated list? And I don't know if you're aware of this. Maybe Associate Director was aware of this. We received an updated list September 16th. And even last election, they gave us an updated list about 2 weeks before the election date. So I was scrambling around to deliver 100 extra brochures to new Catholic school supporters when the list is supposed to be a list. So if somebody forgot to press go or a filter, that's a problem. So I'll let you answer, and then I'll have another question.
So through the chair, on every single municipal website, when you go to register to vote, it also asks you to double check your status in MPAC, and if it's correct, and if it's not correct, change it. So the difference between one list and another list, maybe as voters continue to register, and they check those that do check their existing school support and or change their existing school support after they've checked it, would generate a second list that would differ from the first list.
That makes sense. Okay, thank you. All right. So really, then, the list that we are receiving and the information that we are required to give to individuals is never going to be up to date. Just like if it was for a provincial election where every household gets it, then that now that affects both the public and the separate school and the French English as well.
So through the chair, it affects all 4 school boards, and I think right from the onset of when the election is announced, whether it's through voting cards or reminders, the reminder always follows that please go to your local municipality or the local municipal website and ensure that your school support is correct. Why it would change, or how it may have changed since the last time, that I'm not, or why one is one way, one the other way, that I don't know. But I do know, as we monitored the site, the different municipal websites, they all have that one area where if you need to check, or they encourage you to check, and if you have to make changes, to do so.
I love how they encourage you to check, but they don't tell you who check. We encourage you to check your status, but we're not going to tell you to check to encourage you to check. So so I guess that brings me to the last question. Is there any way we can somebody from MPAC to come in and explain how the system works? Because frankly, I don't think, well, I know that, but I have to ask the question. Is there any way we can ask somebody from MPAC to come in and say, hey, this is how the system works, and this is why the system changes people over?
Through the chair, we can certainly make that inquiry.
That's all I can ask for. Thank you very much, Madam Director. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Trustee Ana de Silva, do you have?
Thank you very much. So the 2 things that I wanted to say. The third one was that I read in the Guardian that at last minute, in order to address the Diwali celebration and festivities, that the city of Brampton has allowed voting at any poll within the ward. So that means that you could go to anywhere and you don't have to go to your local area. Now, that's a great service. My question is, how are we guarding against voters' fraud? Because when I go to the polls, when I go to vote, they have a piece of paper with my name on it, right? And what they do is they ask me for my name, they send me to the thing, they check it off and they cross it off. Now, it's not done in a computer where I would then, if I was looking in a computer and I could see that someone voted in poll number 1 and maybe poll number 2, and then I wouldn't let them vote. When it's on a piece of paper, you don't know. So my question is, and I don't know if this is being done in Mississauga, but one of the things I'd like to know is what are the guards that have been put in place to prevent voter fraud? So if a city makes a decision such as this, then, what safeguards are there in place? So this is another concern that I have, which again, is, could contribute to a problem, in terms of accuracy. So those were just my 3 points that I wanted to make with regards to the election. And then just in terms of a suggestion, I know that staff said that they were looking at maybe, putting out some kind of a survey to find out what voters experience. And I was just going to suggest that we go to CSAC and our councils first, just to see if they've had experiences, just so we can get this letter going. And if we have some other examples there that they can, share with us, we may have sufficient, but not to say we wouldn't go forward, but just want to make sure we get this faster rather than, get it out earlier when it's fresh in people's minds. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. No more Mario, so trustee Stefano Pascucci. Sorry, no more question for Mario. Yeah, no more
This is
Mario.
to a separate question.
Separate
together?
question now, right?
Thank you, yes. Thank you. So through you, Madam Chair, to staff, regarding funding, obviously we have to provide the government with our numbers and everything else to get the GSN funding, so on and so forth. Is there, and forgive my ignorance if you've mentioned this before, I don't remember, is there anything that's happening with the government in additional funding for students that have come in from like the Ukraine, for example? And the reason why the question is because I was at one school and the principal made a comment that she has, I forget the number, let's call it 10 students, and they have another, handful coming in the near future. So obviously our numbers that we report to them at the beginning of the year at the secondary part may not be the same when we get more of these individuals who are fleeing conflict.
Through the chair, I'll start and then turn it over to Executive Superintendent. There are a couple of count dates throughout the year. So September 30th, or is it October 30th? October 30th, and then again on March 30th. So if we have students come in between that period of time, they would be counted. But Executive Superintendent Chair Paca can elaborate specifically with regard to your question in relating to newcomers from Ukraine.
Thank you. Through the chair, Director Mazzarato is accurate. We do different enrollment counts throughout the year, and they impact our grant calculations at estimates, revised estimates, and again at year end. So the newcomer students from Ukraine have been captured in our enrollment, and we will receive funding for those students in our enrollments for whichever grants are impacted by enrollment. So yes.
Thank you. So follow-up question if you, Madam Chair. So yes, okay, October 30th, March, what was the date again?
March 31st.
31st, so so the end of the month. Between March 31st and the end of June, we received more. That gets captured at the end of June?
So through the
So
chair.
retroactive money?
So through the chair, the count dates of September and of October 31st and March 31st really form our average daily enrollment count. So for estimates, we would do a projection of what our enrollment would be in October and in March, and that becomes our enrollment figure for estimates. At revised reporting, we have accurate information from October and a revised projection from March, and we report that. At year end, we have actual enrollment from October and actual from March, and that becomes the figure we use. If we receive an influx of students between March and year end, those then would get captured in a final enrollment count that we could use when we do some year-end reporting, and then again into the next year when we're looking at new enrollment numbers.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So to this point, I have trustee Mario Pascucci and trustee Bruno Ainica. Mario?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a question I was going to ask later on, but it sort of dovetails itself over the same topic. Tomorrow night, there's a meeting on St. Sophia's, a regular school council meeting, nothing special. Well, since it's just a regular meeting. I'd like to ask the question, and I know we're not having very much, some information being picked up by our own superintendent at the schools, but the question is, what is the status of St. Sophia's enrollment in the program currently? How many children have left and gone back to Ukraine? And how many students there are in the catchment schools? In other words, the student that came into a local area because they were not accepted into St. Sophia because it was past the due date. Basically, how many students are there in surrounding schools? I don't need the exact numbers, but I need some kind of topic on this that could be shared with the community, top line at best at this point until we get more information, then give them all the data, et cetera, in terms of our next move as a board, because I believe any child that's currently in a school that is not St. Sophia, and there's students coming from Ukraine, they're being placed in that particular school, and in September, I think they get the opportunity to go to St. Sophia or something. Can you give me an update on that, please?
Through the chair, I'm going to ask Associate Director Del Bianco to respond.
So thank you, and through the chair, we've been tracking new students from Ukraine since February of last year. Leading up into June, we met with the school community, we met with the school council, and at that time, St. Sophia was at or above its cap. We put measures into place to limit enrollment at the school at that time, and one of those measures, or the primary measure, was to reshuffle students to what would be their home schools. So what we found from June until September is actually St. Sophia's enrollment has gone down. 45 students have left for a number of reasons. They've either gone to their home school, they've come in through St. Sophia, and they've gone to their home school. For whatever reason, some have returned to Ukraine. So there's a number of reasons that we capture that. What we've noticed preliminary data is the influx of students into our system is not as high as everybody had anticipated in June. We've had 100, I believe at last check was about 115 students at other schools in our system, other elementary schools in our system outside of St. Sophia. What Superintendent McDonald, Superintendent Thomas, and myself are making arrangements to meet with the St. Sophia community next month at their school council to walk them through it was a follow-up. We made a commitment last year at the end of June that we would continue to track students, we'd continue to monitor the situation as we looked for accommodation plans for next year. The numbers haven't materialized, so we're going to go back with more concrete numbers and meet with that school community in November at their council meeting.
Thank you very much, and that's the information I'd like to see. I mean, the fact is that there has been some movement, some interesting movement at best, because this is a follow-up to a conversation at a local meeting recently at one of the community centers. But yes, that's great. Thank you very much. So tomorrow night, I'll talk to you on the side right now and see what I can bring forward at that point. There are some people online. That'd be great, and we can go from there. But the core of the comment would be is that you're going to get back to them sometime in November at the next school meeting, and I think they'll like to hear that. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Director. Madam Chair, sorry.
To the same topic, we have trustee Bruno Ainica and trustee Ana de Silva after.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. What happens in a situation where, as Associate Director Del Bianco indicated, a student comes in, can't go to St. Sophia, but goes to their home school, but they're a child that has special needs? What happens to that school, and what happens to their complement of teachers that are of assistance to those children of special needs, do they, I don't believe that there are schools with surplus assistance.
Through the
If
chair,
if it is, I'm missing something.
through the chair, Associate Director Amaral will respond to that question.
Good evening, and through the chair, as Trustee Ionika indicated, resources are limited to the family of schools. However, there are provisions within the collective agreement of ERWs to transfer them based on needs within the family. So at various times throughout the year, there may be a transfer of personnel to support given needs in any one school as best as possible.
Are there any, through you, Madam Chair, are there any other provisions that principals could utilize to utilize other staff, supply teaching staff to assist?
Through the chair, we operate on the premise of a spectrum of service for students and spectrum of support. So it may be a realignment of the current staff that's within the building with respect to schedules and support of students. However, there would not be access to supply staff in order to support students.
So if I have a school and I get a child that has special needs, and let's just say 50%, not severe, because there are two extremes. I'll take the one in the middle. And the school is already tapped out from a staff perspective. And now they get added a child that can, but really can't work on their own. Now what?
Through the chair, those are constant conversations the family of school superintendents have with their principal vis-a-vis their family special education consultant. So it's a shuffling of a deck, as you would, as it were, to support students throughout the year with as limited as resources that we have.
And respectfully, Madam Chair, I know that staff is in a predicament here. I get it, and I'm not looking to do anything other than say, first of all, I appreciate it. But we shuffle the deck from those that are asking for more to those that really need more. And that becomes the issue that some schools are facing. And I get that, there's never enough money to satisfy everything. Never. I don't care what anybody says. I've been in this business 31 years. It has never been an overflow of money. I'm assuming, I know the situation in the schools. Like, I hear people, I hear the staff, I hear parents, I hear SEAC members. It's not a good situation. And shuffling the deck is literally just shuffling the challenge.
Through the chair, one final comment, if I may. We rely heavily on the team process and the team procedure here in Dufferin Peel, and so it's a wrap around the student of all the services that are available. And sometimes that group comes to some problem-solving situations where they look at this situation to see if there's any alternatives or other solutions we can look at in order to appropriately support the students. So it's not necessarily a shuffling of the deck. Sometimes it's looking at other resources that we haven't uncovered in order to support the student.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Trustee Ana de Silva? Oh, okay. So you could ask your question now. I don't have any more.
Oh, okay, thank you. Anyway, it's not really a question, I the topic of the night. This is a comment. I just wanted to take a few minutes to thank everybody at the board, our executive committees and council, and the trustees, our superintendents, our principals, teachers, all the staff that have helped me be a successful trustee over the last 12 years. It's been a pleasure to work here and be a part of the Dufferin Peel family. I'm going to miss everyone terribly. I mean, I've been involved in the school since my kids, who are now in their 30s, started, so it's been a long time. And I just wanted to tell you all that, how much I appreciate you all and my fellow trustees, because, it's going to be, I'm not going to know who to call now and talk to. And, I just wanted to say thank you and let you know how much I appreciated everything that you've all done for me over the last 12 years. And I know the community has appreciated, and even we've had, a lot of turnover of time, but everyone who has come into the board has been excellent and has done an excellent job. So thank you, everyone, for everything. And just wanted to say goodbye. And to my fellow trustees, I'm going to miss you guys. No more arguments and discussions at the table. But, that's part of the fun and the memories, right? And, the thing that I love about our board is that, we never leave, we leave it in the room. When we walk out of here, we know who we're here for. We're here for the kids, we're here for the families, and I think that's what makes us such an excellent board. So thank you, trustees, fellow trustees, for all your support and your companionship over these last 12 years. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Anna. I have speakers list. I have Trustee Bruno Anika, Trustee Brea Corbett, and Trustee Frank De Casola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could staff forward me the name of the person that's responsible for purchasing? I'm trying to identify if there is a master purchasing log for schools. A parent asked me, because they were looking at material for an outside teaching area, and they were looking for logs. And so if staff could forward that to me, I would most graciously appreciate it. The other question that I have, well, actually I have two. With respect to, I'm not going to ask when the Porta Pack at Mary Fix is gonna move, because I think staff has heard that ad nauseum, so I won't. But I would like to thank Matthew Thomas, Superintendent Thomas, for arranging a meeting with the staff. As well as I made arrangements with city staff to meet as well. And one of the things that came out of that meeting was something that, to be quite honest with you, I should know because I have taken out permits for building before, but in this case it would be moving. So if I know that staff is looking to move or destroy or do whatever with Porta Packs, what my preference would be is if staff could begin the process of obtaining demolition or moving permits for the Porta Packs. The reason I ask is because the city of Mississauga indicated that it could take up to 3-4 months to get a permit. Now, whether it is 3 months or 4 months or 2 months, it would be significant more work on our staff if the approval was finally given in May and we had to wait 2 months to get the permit. Now we're into June, July, and Porta Pack gets destroyed, and now landscaping and everybody else has to go back into the school and redo what was agreed to with the city of Mississauga. So if and I'm not just talking about Mary Fix, I'm talking about all schools. I'm not sure, I should ask if staff does that beforehand or not. And if they do, fantastic. At least then it's ready to go and we're good to go. So that is common unless staff has a response for that.
Through the chair, I'm happy to respond. To your question, Trustee Anika, about the process that staff would follow with respect to demolition of Porta Packs, relocatable classroom modules, etc. There is a formal approval process that we do have to adhere to with every municipality that is in Dufferin Peel. Right now, the approval timelines are quite variable. There's no question about it. We're seeing delays that we may not have experienced in the past, the length of which seems to be increasing. So to your point, Trustee Ianika, there's definitely some good sense in terms of wanting to at least begin the conversation. What I will note, though, is we do have some other porta-pack removal projects that are also being queued up for next year. So we're just trying to weigh all of that in terms of putting our project plan together for 2023. And I will also note that we do have some other facility renewal work that got deferred that was supposed to be done in 2022 that we had to defer for a number of reasons, some of which involved supply chain issues, some of which involved the fact that we also got additional funding for ventilation improvements and air quality improvements from the provincial and federal governments that we had to prioritize. So we're just trying to work through all of that right now in terms of putting our facility renewal plan together for 2023. But certainly I will take that back to the team to let them know that when we do go forward that we would definitely want to get in front of the municipality, in this case the City of Mississauga, to get that process going.
And lastly, Madam Chair, during the election process, I had a conversation with a potential new councillor, and he raised something with me that I was totally broadsided with. I had no clue, is that the City of Mississauga was looking at revamping and changing the boundaries of the wards. And you know, by the looks of faces on the staff, I'm guessing it's news to them. Can staff investigate and get back to trustees whether in issues and events, or issues and events works fine for me because then I'm aware. I will forward the 2 emails that I received from the gentleman to staff so that they can have a look as well from what I saw. But most of my dealing was in conversation of what they wanted to do and the effects. Actually, it affected 2 areas, Ward 1 and Ward 7. But there were others that were being considered as well. So if staff could, I'd appreciate it. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Trustee Bria Corbett?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. So I have 3 questions. So if I need to ask my 2 and then go to the bottom of the list. So the first question is regarding ventilation in our schools. I've had a parent inquire about the controls of the new ventilation systems or the ventilation upgrades that have been done in some of our schools, and the parent expressed concern that these ventilation systems, at least the controls, should be in the hands of the school, and apparently it's not. So could staff please explain how this works centrally and why that is?
So I can start, and then perhaps I might turn it over to General Manager Mariah as well for some input. But generally speaking, all of our heating, ventilation, air conditioning systems are linked to what we call building automation systems. These building automation systems are run centrally and through our Dufferin Peel network. And basically, that gives our central maintenance teams the ability to make adjustments centrally, depending on what the specific occurrence may be, any adjustments that may need to happen to perhaps increase temperature, decrease temperature, or any other issues that may arise. The advantage of having a central building automation system is that we can, is that central staff in our facilities team would be able to do that in a much more timely, nimble manner than having staff at the school level doing it. And generally speaking, if we're going to have an issue at a school, we would have to send out a maintenance technician or somebody else from our maintenance staff to actually physically go out. Whereas this way, we can actually monitor the performance levels of all of the ventilation systems centrally. So that's part of the opportunity that we have using building automation system.
Thank you, Superintendent Thomas. now that we're entering cold and flu season and we still have the ongoing COVID pandemic and cases, parents have asked about the HEPA units in the classrooms and what's the purpose, when do they use it, when are they supposed to be using it, who turns it on, who changes the settings, because the feedback is that these units are loud, they're very bulky, they're putting heat into the classroom, which during the winter not a big deal, but in the summer months or warmer months, it makes for very warm classrooms, and they're questioning just the use of these and the lack of consistency from classroom to classroom and school to school.
So through the chair, the HEPA filters that we've been able to deploy across our schools generally, again, are serving the primary purpose of improving air quality within each classroom in which they're deployed. The settings on pretty much all of the units, there are different levels of settings that can be operated. So you can have a low or a medium or a high, and depending on the manufacturer, there may be some variation to each of those, but generally there's a low, medium, high setting. Our maintenance department has provided guidance to all of our schools about ensuring that those HEPA units run throughout the school day. So from just before the start of the school day to just after the final bell time at the end of the school day. And it's important that those units do run, and certainly we have heard similar feedback about the noise levels, and in many cases, when staff have gone in to investigate, they've noticed that those HEPA units are running at a high setting, and we've just asked that those units be turned down to a low, and they're fine to run at a lower setting. They may not be as efficient in terms of the cleaning of the air, if you will, as they would be if they were running at medium or at high. But if the challenge is that students are having a difficult time hearing the teacher, or there's just challenges around being able to listen in on the conversation that's happening at any given point in time in that classroom, then staff do have the ability to adjust that setting down to a low level.
Thank you, Superintendent Thomas. Through the chair, Madam Chair, I do have 2 questions.
One more,
Do you want me to
this
put?
one, before you ask the question, Trustee Hoban has a question to this point.
Okay.
Thank you, and through the chair, to this point, it's come back through social media that educators are in fact unplugging, putting them in the closet. And, you know, my concern is that shouldn't be, that ability to make that decision shouldn't be there, that if the message is that if you're teaching a lesson or something that, you know, you turn it down low, but that if the, you know, students are doing seat work or whatever, it can be turned up. I just don't think we should be, after everything we've been through and what the government did for us, giving us these HEPA filters, that we don't want them turned off and put in the closet. So I'm not sure if we can send a message out to administrators that we just don't feel that's appropriate, and that it can be adjusted, right?
Through the chair, that's correct. And yes, we have sent messaging through our health and safety department to administrators, but we can certainly reinforce the message again.
Thank you. Trustee Bria Corbett,
I think.
your questions, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So different topics. So it's been noted that the Scholastic book sales and school book fairs need to have more Christian, Catholic, prayer, devotion books content included. So my question through the chair is, how can we improve this so families have more access to religious options through their schools? Is there another vendor perhaps other than Scholastic that, you know, the board could approve? Are there liaisons we can make with the local Christian bookstores to provide some additional Catholic content for families?
Through the chair, we can take that back and investigate other vendors.
Thank you. Madam Chair, my last question.
Last question.
Through the chair. Parents said that it's unfortunate our senior elementary grades 7s and 8s, and I'm not sure if secondary schools were included in this comment, they don't have agendas anymore to support them in their learning, assist them with time management, communication with parents, teachers, organizational study skills. So I just wanted to ask if that's a process. Are we moving to more electronic agendas for student use? Or are there still paper-based options available for those families that wish?
Through the chair, I can take that back. I don't know unequivocally or specifically. I know that we have moved to electronic-based agendas, particularly with the Edwins in grade 7 and 8. It's part of the suite there. And in secondary, it's on students' phones. We've moved to that. But in terms of whether or not parents want to purchase a paper copy, I'm not quite sure, but I can get back to trustees and issues and events.
Thank you, and through the chair, some parents and families still find it helpful to have that communication via backpack mail that goes back and forth between teacher and parents if they're not on, the electronic medium or platform that's being used, just to ensure there's continuity of messaging that goes back and forth.
To this point, Trustee Ana de Silva?
Yes, I agree with Trustee Torbett, especially in the elementary schools, in the junior, senior, kindergarten, grade 1, grade 2, probably up until grade 5, where students need to develop better, planning and work practices, and parents need to know what's going on. And so I think that it's important that we do provide something like that. And we should probably look at a policy around that. Number one. Number two, I'd just be interested in seeing and looking at the practices that are in place right now in terms of electronics, agendas that are being used, and whether teachers are actually using them to provide that kind of input and information to parents, and whether parents are getting that communication. Is it possible to look into that through the chair?
Through the chair, it's my understanding that paper copies of agendas are still occurring in FDK to grade 6, and then they're transitioning to grade 7 and 8 because of the Edwin and the one-to-one device. Certainly, we can take that back and have a look at it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Are you done? So we have now Trustee Frank De Cazzola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to share my final sentiments for my time here as trustee for 19 years. And I guess I can say just like that, never did I imagine 19 years would go so quickly, nor be elected 5 times over roughly. Certainly it's been a privilege to have sat with all of you and also our staff who are extremely dedicated. I have the greatest appreciation for all of you and also for all the work that you do. Certainly, our parents really don't get the opportunity to see the work that goes behind the scenes. And I always say you need to first walk in the person's shoes to really respect them and understand from where they come from. So it has been an absolute pleasure, and certainly I'm happy that we are still virtual because I will be following you from home. Possibly some quiet texts say, oh, you can't say that, or you can't do that. But otherwise, I do appreciate all the respect that you have given me as a trustee, as an individual, and it certainly has been a wonderful opportunity for me, so I thank you.
Trustee Sharon Hoban, Chair.
Yeah, through the chair, just a note from Trustee D'Souza that he was not able to connect to the meeting, and so he is sending his regrets and apologies. Okay, and then number 2, I just want to thank I'm so tired, Superintendent Matthew Thomas, who first of all has been so patient and kind, actually. I can't think of a better word than that in terms of providing information and because I can really be nattering at him all the time about things. And so he's really been wonderful in providing information and really looking into things and criticisms that I may have. And he has very broad shoulders, and so I want to thank you. But in anticipation, so I'm saying these nice things to you now because I have a couple of other things I'd like to raise. And so I know we've been communicating both these issues, but I'm wondering if my colleagues may have the same concerns, and so I'm going to raise them and put it out in the atmosphere and see what happens. My first issue, and it was raised at some school councils, and I hadn't really thought about it before, and that is that I believe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, our newer schools would probably have whiteboards versus blackboards. Am I correct? I'm looking at Associate Director Del
I didn't get the nice
Bianco.
build-up, so I was waiting for the build-up before I answered the question. So, I mean, I think some of the older schools or schools that were built years ago, I don't know how many have blackboards left in them. I think we've transitioned everything over to a whiteboard, but if they don't, they're either transitioning them, but new schools, just like everything else, new schools, just like everything else, come with brand new and state-of-the-art everything. So we're not going to put in a blackboard in a new school. We're going to outfit them as part of the initial furniture and equipment costs with the whiteboards. So I do know that we have been transitioning older schools. They can put in work orders to have them transition and install a whiteboard. But everybody's nodding heads. I don't think every single school has a whiteboard in every single classroom.
So thank you for that. So the issue that was raised at it was interesting, at a couple of my council meetings, was the whole issue of those children that have asthma, the whole environment, and we all went to school with chalkboards and got our hands mangled because using chalk, especially when we were teachers, we had to use chalk. But that was raised in terms of, the whole chalkboard issue in classrooms. And I have a school that has 15 chalkboards, and they really would like whiteboards. And the issue is that it becomes another fundraising issue for a school. And so I'm just thinking from the perspective of, the long list that we have, but if we could really look at all of our schools and what they have and what they might need, and it might be a transitioning things like we did with our signs. It might be over a period of time, but in this one school, 15 chalkboards that have to be replaced, and they're not cheap. So I was asked to go back and ask, they would like them replaced and they don't want to pay for them. So that is one issue. The second issue that Superintendent Thomas and I have been talking about is in our shuttered classrooms, and it's been raised again by some educators actually. In our shuttered classrooms, we may actually have working smart boards. And then we may have in the same school classrooms that need smart boards. And so I'm just wondering, is it possible to do a survey of our schools, and is that the case? Or is it that the smart board that is sitting in that shuttered classroom is broken, and that's why it wasn't moved? I just think that they need answers, and I don't have those answers. So if we could perhaps find that. I know Superintendent Thomas talked to ICT, and they had an answer around, well, if you move them, you could break them. But my concern is if it's a working smart board, it's sitting in an empty classroom, and we have in the same school classrooms that need smart boards, I know there's probably a lot of technical answers to this, but I thought I'd really asking it for my colleagues as well.
So through the chair, I'll start because we started the program a while ago. So the classroom shuttering program was suspended as a result of COVID because we were required to spread out more into the classroom. Prior to COVID, when we started the first phase of shuttering, it was shuttering rooms that either didn't have a whiteboard or a smart board, and if we did have to shutter a room with a smart board, we'd worked with ICT to say, can we move the smart board, and if we can't, we'll purchase a new smart board for the school and put it in that classroom. Because we realize what we're doing. So it's not coming out of the school budget, came out of our own central budget. But in the long, I mean, the end game was the long goal, was to make sure that the rooms that are shuttered, and just to your very point, that people aren't walking by saying there's some tech in that room. If in the event that you see, or walking down, you may see a classroom that is shuttered, that has technology in it, it's end of life typically, and it would cost more to move it, rewire it, than it would be to purchase a brand new one. So it's the unfortunate world, just exactly like we deal with the laptops. So as we start or engage down the road of coming back to the shuttering program, we would adopt that same strategy that we had prior to COVID, that we'd work with the school administrator, say this is what we're looking at, what's currently in there, are the rooms air conditioned, not air conditioned, and we'd start the shuttering program all over again.
So through the chair, if we have schools that still need smart boards, because now our curriculum is so, centered around technology, how is it, the expectation is not that the school council should be raising money for those, that the school can request them, like David's shaking his head. So what's the answer to that?
Sorry, through the chair, there's two parts, and which is probably why Associate Director Aramal peeked his head up. Ours was directly related to the shuttering of classrooms.
Right.
So if we are going to take a classroom online, that school should not have to bear the burden of having a projector in that they can't use anymore, right? Because sometimes it just happens to be that's where you chose to put the projector, but when we work with the administrators, we realize that section or that wing is the best one to actually take offline. And if there's two projectors in there and the classrooms that we are going to use don't have to, that is our central responsibility. So to make you whole with what you currently have. With regards to purchasing new technology, moving forward, nothing to do with shuttering classrooms, but if you were looking to purchase new technology for the school.
Through the chair, that's typically a plan that the school puts in place with their staff, typically a 3 to 5 year plan to outfit all of the classrooms with smart boards. In some schools it might be more, in some schools it might be less, using a combination of school-generated funds raised through Catholic School Council, for example, as a specific initiative, or central budget, or a combination of both.
So through the chair, just to clarify, so I'm not going back and, confusing people, that if there's a smart board sitting in a shuttered classroom and that smart board can't be moved or it's end of life, then that school could come to somebody and ask for a smart board to replace that smart board.
So through the chair, what typically happens is we reach out to the school administrator, Family Schools SO, and we say, this is the plan for shuttering. Like, let's work, we're working together, right?
Yeah.
So the administrator, we may say, look, based on the floor plans, this wing it looks like it's the easiest one to shut down. And the administrator may say that we need that wing for whatever reason, how about these 4 classrooms here? So before any shuttering is taken place, both our team centrally and the administrator knows exactly which rooms and exactly what technology will be replaced or what will happen. So there shouldn't be any after the fact asking, oh, by the way, you shuttered that room and now I don't have access. All that should be done up front, so all those expectations are understood.
Through the chair, if I may make a suggestion, if there's a specific case that speaks to Trustee Hoban's analysis of what's gone on, if the principal speaks to the Family of Schools superintendent, we can escalate it to the appropriate department and then have the necessary conversations to rectify.
And thank you for that, and I understand that. But my concern is that we've had a lot of new administrators who weren't part of any shuttering process. They don't know what's sitting in their classrooms or not. And so I'm just wondering, could it be just a survey of our administrators to say, have you looked in your shuttered classrooms? What's in your shuttered classrooms? And is there a need? I can deal with an individual school, but I'm thinking that I'm not alone in this and that there may be other schools in the same situation.
Through the chair, what we can do is message that through family SOs at their family of schools meetings. Doesn't need to be necessarily a formal survey, but a direction to principals to go back to their schools and to do a little bit of a walkabout and then communicate any needs back to the family SO.
Okay, and so I just need to go back, thank you for that. So in terms of the whiteboards, so is the answer that I'm going back to these couple of schools in my area that really it will be a fundraiser for the council?
Through the chair, Superintendent Thomas will take it back to see if there's something that maybe we can do centrally, just like some of the other programs we put into place, to maybe expedite all schools a little quicker over the course of some time.
Yeah, that would be wonderful. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Superintendent Thomas.
Thank you. Are you done? Trustee Bruno and Nika, to this point?
Exactly to that point, Madam Chair, I don't think that council should be spending the money that they raise to put smart boards or whiteboards in the schools. I think that money should go to kids. That's what we always talked about. And I know that that's not what staff is pushing for, but at the end of the day, I would argue that the schools are the responsibility of Dufferin Peel, and Dufferin Peel should be responsible for putting whatever type of board in there. I appreciate Associate Director Del Bianco saying, you know, we can look at it and do it unilaterally incorporating. You might not get 5 in your school today, but if everybody gets 1, that's 1 less that council has to pay. But I would be adamantly against parent funding that they raise for kids to go to any type of board. I don't care if it's a blackboard, any type of board. So I appreciate the comment that was made. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Trustee Ana de Silva, to the same point?
Yeah, thank you. Actually, I believe in the ministry policy that came down on school-generated funds says that we're not allowed to use those funds for to purchase instructional materials. I recall that in the policy. So, and I know at one time councils used to raise money to buy things like that, but I don't believe that we should be doing that either, and that we should be looking up and making sure that we're not going against any regulations. Through the chair. I think Julie wants to speak.
So through the chair, yes, at one time there was a guideline for fundraising that was issued from the ministry. They do reference that if there's specific funding through the GSN, that fundraising dollars from schools shouldn't be used to purchase such equipment. However, there is an allowance for fundraising to enhance resources and equipment in a school. So what that means is a school would not want to be out fundraising parents, parent council, to outfit every classroom with a smart board. However, if they fundraise to add one to enhance the inventory they have, that's acceptable. So it's the enhancement component from fundraising that allows a school or council or parent council to do something like that.
So if I understand you correctly, then they wouldn't be able to fundraise until every classroom in that school is equipped with that technology. Is that what it would be, the enhancement?
So, no, through the chair. For the majority of technology devices, resources, equipment needed in a school, yes, it should be a central board procurement issue to do. That being said, resources are never enough. So if a school is outfitted, say, 50 to 60%, because there's a plan to do it, but a school council, parent council wants to fundraise to enhance that by adding it 1 more, they can do that, 1 or 2, because they're enhancing what is already being supplied by a central board.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? No, I'd like to pass on the chair to Chair Hoven. I do have a question, Madam Chair.
Okay, go ahead.
I just would like to find out, through the chair, the status of the RFP for LTD benefits.
Through the chair, RFP work is being moved forward. However, any specifics would probably be in-camera information.
Okay. I will ask again in camera session. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So we've gone through the questions, and now we have our declared items. So those trustees who have an interest will be asked to leave the room for a few minutes, and I'll move the chair over to Trustee Del Rosero.
Okay. Madam Director? So we do have item H1. Do you want me to read the motion?
Through the chair, yes.
Motion recommended by the Administration and Finance Committee from the October 4, 2022 meeting that the Board of Trustees approve the use of up to $4 million in proceeds of disposition to fund joint use partnerships involving sports fields at Ascension of Our Lord Catholic Secondary School and St. Edmund Campion Catholic Secondary School based on minister approval. Could I have a motion to approve? Moved by Trustee Thomas Thomas. Could I have a seconder, please? Seconded by Trustee Ana de Silva. Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. Okay, so we need to bring them back. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Could I have a motion to move in camera? And for those who are joining us on YouTube, we'll be moving in camera for about 10 minutes until we can close the doors here at the in the boardroom. And then we will be going in camera, and then if you choose to wait, we'll be coming back into open session. If not, we do thank you so much for joining us. Thank you very much. Welcome back to our open session. The next item on our agenda is a rise and report.
Dean, 2022. We received the minutes of the in-camera session of the Faith and Program Committee meeting of September 20, 2022. We also approved the motion recommended from the Board Bylaws Policy Review Committee of October 18, 2022. And we approved the DPCDSB letter to municipalities. Did we approve? Yes. And that concludes our report. Did I miss something?
Okay, could I have a motion to receive the report? Trustee Stefano Pascucci, Trustee Sean Xavier, anyone opposed? Carried. The next meeting of our board will be, actually, it will be our new board, will be November 22nd, 2022, which will be the inaugural board meeting. Everyone is welcome to join. Thanks again to Trustee De Silva, Trustee DeCosola, and we wish you all the best and God bless. And could I have a motion to adjourn? Trustee Thomas, Trustee.
Last adjournment, De Silva.
What did I say? I'm so confused. Trustee Frank DeCosola is moving it. Trustee Anna De Silva seconded. Anyone opposed?